2 minutes to go.
A very good morning and welcome to the third and final day of competition here at this year's Budapest Grand Slam. Just want to begin by saying that I hope the technical difficulties that we had over the last couple of days have not disturbed your enjoyment of the competition too much, but I hope everything is working well today. Right, we're going to start down on mat number 2. Beg your pardon, mat number 1, the action down there in the plus 100 kilo category features Jamal Feziev of Azerbaijan. He's up against Harun Sadikovic of Bosnia-Herzegovina. It's Feziev in the white judogi, Sadikovic in blue. We've got 2 other mats in operation. If you want to wander down there and have a look and see what's happening on mat number 2 or 3, you're more than welcome, but we're going to stick here with the action on mat number 1, the plus 100 kilo category. And it's not often that we start off with the super heavyweights. They can be slow starters sometime. I thought, why not? Let's roll the dice and give them a go. Feziev is one of 2 Azeris in the weight category. The other one is Ushangi Kokauri. We'll have a look at him a little bit later on. Sadikovic has been around for a while. Nice effort on the right side there. Cross between, I suppose, Arai Goshi and Osotagari. That was the attempt anyway, but Feziev was able to block that. Yeah, some of the big names missing from the super heavyweight category gives a chance to some of the lesser placed fighters to have a good time of it. It's not a bad Ashiwaza effort. He's a big lad, isn't he? Vaziev. It's always interesting to see exactly how much the super hit play. Yep, managing to bring Sadikovic down onto his side. Just got to be careful of the 2 penalties that he's picked up. He either wants to finish this off quickly or avoid picking up a 3rd penalty. Having scored now, really can't afford to make an error. Sadikovic has got to be very clever here. He's going to go over again. Vaziev fancied a 2nd score there. Oh, he's countered him. Well done. I think Sadikovic countered him there. Yeah, my initial feeling when I saw the landing was that Sadikovic had countered him. Thanks very much. I've got to get one of those badges. Actually, I've got one. I just remembered. I was given one of the, or presented, sorry, not given, I was presented as a, I don't know, I'll have to think of the right word for it, by the refereeing director, one of the badges. I think he probably heard me saying over so many years that I needed one of those badges, so they actually gave me one. I wouldn't dream of wearing it, by the way, but I suppose that after so many years of watching, you pick up some things. So Sadikovic takes the contest, and whatever it was that they'd given the Azeri, they took off. It's the most disconcerting position to be in. If you're given a score, you then fight on for a while with a plan, because you've looked at the scoreboard and seen what's going on, and then they take it away. That's a little bit tricky. Another one I'll have to go back and have a look at. Right. My colleague, Loretta Kusek-Doyle, quite often says, this will be interesting. Well, it'll be interesting if he doesn't take his mask off. Luri Krakowicki coming to the tatami with his mask on. He's already gotten used to wearing it, so he was almost onto the tatami and still had the mask on. Right. On mat number 1 then, Gela Zalashvili of Georgia up against Luri Krakowicki of Kyrgyzstan. Zalashvili in the white judogi, Krakowicki in blue, and it's the Georgian who picks up the penalty for that overly defensive posture. tight battle for grips here. Two Georgians in the weight category, but no Guram Tusishvili. It's Gela Zalashvili here on the tatami, and then later on we'll have Levan Matiashvili. As I said earlier, not all of the big names here, but enough to make it, as Loretta Kusatdor likes to say, an interesting event. Both fighters pick up penalties for passivity. Slow start from the big fellas, I'm afraid. 4 Shidos on the board, and now we get a little bit of action. Zalashvili, I think, suspected that Krakowicki had touched the leg. He also removed his arm pretty quickly from that cross grip, as if to say, look, you know, I didn't do this. He put his head underneath. Yeah, there was a moment when it looked as though Krakowicki could counter with Uranagi, possibly, but as they were going to the ground, there wasn't the space for Krakowicki to bring that technique off. So the opportunity disappeared pretty quickly. To attack right away. Once that arm goes over, the attack needs to be immediate. Yeah, I think he was in the process of attacking. Krakowicki had blocked it, and then he went again. He's got to go again there. I don't think that Zalashvili brings him down. I think that Krakowicki is looking for the Sutemi Waza. I don't think that what brings Krakowicki onto his back here is the Zalashvili technique. Yeah, and they do cancel that. Referee just popped a button on his jacket there. A little bit too much lunch, I think, from Jean-Claude Jimby. We had one wardrobe malfunction yesterday from one of the fighters. Got another one today, this time from a referee. Attempted Maki Komi. Saw that coming from last week, but Krakowicki still couldn't get off it. Perfect execution of a super heavyweight technique. Huge winding Maki Komi. And at least we had the big finish. After a pretty slow start. I think the stepping in to stop the handshake at the end, if it has to do with the COVID protocols, is pretty useless. You know, they've been battling away for nearly 5 minutes at absolutely close quarters. So step in and stop, you know, and stop a handshake. It's a bit late then, isn't it? If you've let them battle away for 5 minutes already. But I suppose every effort that we can be seen to make to minimize contact helps to say that we've taken steps to minimize contact. But that particular one, well, I'll leave that up to you. We're trying to avoid those sorts of debates. Krakowicki, though, has to win the prize today for most humorous moment. Right, I suppose I better introduce the players properly, hadn't I? Sort of the miss of not having done that. Kalimzan Krikbey of Kazakhstan faces Sipoch Richard of Hungary. It's Krikbey in the white jersey, Sipoch in blue. Right, let's have a big hello to Dennis van der Geest. Good to have you along, big man. Hope everything is okay with you and yours. And it was a good choice to go with the heavyweights this morning then, or the super heavyweights anyway. There's a chance for the Makikomi went, sorry, not Makikomi, we were talking about that early, chance for the Kamishio Gatami went begging there. Kazakh fighter not able to hang on to the Hungarian on the ground. Yeah, well, let's hope that we get some degree of normality back pretty soon, and then we'll have Mr. van der Geest back in one of his guises, either as the commentator here on the stream or perhaps in the stadium. Yeah, he was a little bit slow there, the Kazakh fighter. Once he'd wrapped the arm around, he had to go. But having opened himself up by wrapping the arm around, Sipoch was in a perfect position for that big hip technique, and over he went. Oh, dear. That was one of those schoolboy handshakes where you put your hand out, your opponent goes to shake it, and then you take your hand away. Some of the things in this weight category are comic, believe me. We can put together a montage of all the things that happen in the super heavyweight category. I don't think it will be funnier. You couldn't have a funnier weight category. These guys are terrific. Right, who have we got coming up next? Anis Ben Khaled of Tunisia goes up against Daniel Allerstorfer of Austria. It's Ben Khalid in the white judogi, Alice Dorfer in blue. Great start for the Austrian with a little Diashi Barai bringing Ben Khalid down onto his side. Chance to work something on the ground if he can free his legs. Just got to keep the top half tight. He doesn't. Lost contact of Ben Khalid's right sleeve. Needed to pull that across his body. Lost that opportunity. Mind you, Alice Dorfer's already shown some nice throwing skills with that little Diashi Barai. Maybe he'll go back to it. Could have been Koso Dagari, I think. Now it's Ben Khalid with a strong left arm grip. Even that left hand is around the neck and collar of Alice Dorfer, who just breaks that off now. Allows him to be that little bit more upright. When that arm is controlling the head, he just pulls that down. Alice Dorfer was feeling the threat from the Tunisian, who's already breathing pretty heavily. The referee gave Ben Khalid a long, hard look there, and I think he was wondering, well, why are you looking at me? And then he indicated that he needed to tidy his gi up. He's missed the opportunity of doing it himself. One of the rules that you can fall foul of. You need to tidy your own gi up. Mr. Ben Khalid is probably not well aware of that, as he's allowed his gi to come out again. And every time there's a break, you look to tidy it up yourself. He's got to try and remember that, because having been warned once about it, so if he looks to start again without tidying his gi up, which he hasn't, yeah, and he just needs to be aware of that. He's gotten away with it this time. The referees don't want to give that penalty. It's not something that they want to give. But if your gi is disarranged, your opponent is at a slight disadvantage. You just need to keep yourself tidy so that everything is in order and both fighters have a level start point. Well, a third penalty picked up by Ben Khalid there, unfortunately for him. And it's Alice Dorfer who goes through to the next round. Right, coming up next on lap number 1, we're continuing with the plus 100 kilo category. Vito Dragic of Slovenia goes up against Odku Tsetsengerel of Mongolia. It's Dragic in the white judogi, Odku in blue. Odku just making his way to the tatami now. I suppose I could give you a rundown of just who we have in the weight category. Don't always have a chance to do that. But in the plus 100 kilo category, Inal Tasoyev of Russia is the number 1 seed. We've already seen in his pool Zelashvili of Georgia, or Sasson, the bronze medalist from the Olympic Games. He's in Pool B. That's the pool that we're watching now, but Sasson, as one of the seeds, has been lucky enough to pick up a bye. Rafael Silva and Ushangi Kokari are in Pool C. And then Pool D, we've got another Brazilian, David Moura, and the second of the Georgians, Levani Matiashvili. And then the second of the Russians as well is down in that pool, Tamerlan Bashayev. For me, that will be something well worth looking at, how the 2 Russians fare in this competition. Inal Tasoyev, that's a nice effort, left-sided Ipon Seonagi. I've been chatting with Neil Adams about identifying that technique. It's clearly with the top half, Ipon Seonagi, but I think we've been discussing this aspect of dropping, where players drop to their knees, and we've spent some time with a couple of Japanese technicians, if you like, whose job it was to identify and classify the waza at the Tokyo Grand Slam last year. And what they had discussed with us was the prevalence in the recording of techniques from time to time that they had seen when competitions were held in the West, where we classified that technique as either Ipon Seonagi or Morote Seonagi, depending on what happened with the top half of the body. I'm sure those of you who are judoka, you know what I'm talking about, the difference between Ipon Seonagi and Morote Seonagi when you just look at the top. But what they were saying to us, with the greatest of respect, but only because we asked them and we kind of really pushed the point, was why was it that there was a difference in the number? We were concerned about the numbers of techniques that we were seeing, the difference in the numbers between the way that things were recorded. There's an example of it in the West, when we put the analysis against the way things that were recorded in Japan, why there was this difference between the numbers of Ipon Seonagi attempts and Morote Seonagi attempts, as opposed to the number of Seotoshi attempts that were recorded in Japan. And we found that there were many, many, many more recordings of attempts of Seotoshi than there were of Morote Seoinage and Ippon Seoinage, so that the numbers were the same, the number of attempts were the same, but the division between these techniques was different. And many, many more were recorded in Japan as Seotoshi because of the drop aspect of the attempt, as opposed to the way that we recorded them in the West. Odku always wanted to be on the camera, but I don't think he meant it literally. He was on the camera, wasn't he? Dragic picks up a penalty. Single Shido against Dragic. So I hope I haven't laboured that subject too long, but I think it's likely that we will describe any of those attempts at Ippon Seoinage or Morote Seoinage that involve a drop. I think we will look to classify those as Seotoshi in the future. Who once again was off the area, and he attempted to take Dragic down. Well, he did bring him down with Kosoto Gaki, but it was after the referee had called mate and once the players had left the competition area. Right, no score during normal time. So the first, is it the first golden score? No, it isn't. We did have a golden score a little bit earlier on. Just to remind you that you have the option of going to another mat if you wish. I just thought it would be interesting to have a good look at the plus 100 kilo category right from the get-go this morning. But you're perfectly welcome to click on mat number 2 if you want, or mat 3, and get action from one of the other weight. At the moment, it's both. That's not a bad combination. I wonder if they're going to give that. Odku practicing his refereeing skills. We normally wait for players to finish before we invite them to become referees, but Odku's practicing already. I like that for a score. Yeah, good combination. Yeah, it was good that he regained his composure and bowed off. He's going to have to take that one. If he looks at the replay, he'll see that was actually a good combination from Vito Dragic. And gives a hand slap to the coach. Good for him. Right, coming up next, Dushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan. He goes up against Cemal Erdogan of Turkey. Kokauri in the white judogi, Erdogan in blue. There was a second Zeri, I say was, in the competition because he's already gone out. He lost his first round contest, so Kokauri now is the sole remaining representative for Azerbaijan. Well, they only sent 2 anyway, but of the 2, he's the only one left. Erdogan taking a bit of a whack to the face there. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Erdogan just giving a sign that he may be looking to step up the tempo a little. Hungary is not best known for his stamina. Erdogan may be well aware of that. Try and take him the distance. Mind you, that presupposes that Erdogan has a bit of staying power. Almost on the end of that Sode attempt from Kokauri. The sleeves tied up well. Erdogan would have found it difficult to get off that, but Kokauri's attempt collapsed and there was no score. Again, Erdogan taking a bit of a whack. Got another fighter on mat 2 coming onto the mat with his mask still on. This time it was Zlatko Kumric, I think. It's funny how you can get used to something so quickly, isn't it? That you are so concentrated on what you're doing that you forget you've got your mask on. I don't think that they're going to treat them like they would your mobile phone or your accreditation. Some fighters have come to the mat with a mobile phone tucked away inadvertently, or the accreditation still tucked in their judogi somewhere. And in those instances, that's a hansokamake, but I don't think you're going to get that. You're coming to the tatami with your mask on. Second penalty picked up by Kokauri. We're inside the last minute now. Erdogan has to be clever here. As I said earlier, Kokauri is not best known for having staying power. Erdogan's got to keep at him here. I was talking earlier about Erdogan stepping up the tempo. Well, now's a good time to keep going with that plan. Just make it difficult for Kokauri. He's aware of what the scoreboard looks like and how much time is left on the clock. That was a good effort from Kokauri, almost catching Erdogan. Right, this one is going to go into golden score. Hungary looks okay. Normally breathing extremely heavily by this point, but nice and upright. Hasn't been bent over and gasping for breath at all. Erdogan really hasn't run him around enough, I don't think. Maybe Bukhari's been working on his fitness during the break. Got to go now. Bukhari with a big arm over the back. Putting some pressure on Erdogan. Half a minute of golden score. Erdogan leaping into that grip. There's a chance here, and for the first time Kokauri's bent over, but this is in defence as opposed to because he's feeling the effects of a 5-minute contest. 4 minutes in regulation time and now a minute of golden score already. Now for the first time, Kokauri beginning to show the signs of fatigue. A few foot taps there and taking a bit of a break. He's got his mouth open and he's drawing in some air and he just collapses to the tatami there. Yeah, it's a very tired looking Shangi Kokauri. I think he's got 4 minutes in him. 4 good minutes and then half a minute of extra. But after that, pretty much worn out. And he went for a minute and a half in golden score. That may very well have been a minute too much. Collapsed there, picks up a third penalty, and it's Kemal Erdogan of Turkey who goes into round 2. Right, I think we're going to try to go down to mat number 3. For the first time today, we're going to have a look at the under 90 kilo category. See if we can get that sorted out. We haven't got all of the technical things working as we would like. Right, we may have to stay here then with the super heavyweights. Vasco Rompao of Portugal up against the Spikers of the Netherlands. Rompao in the white judogi, Spikers in blue. Those of you who want to see Noel van der End of the Netherlands up against Lee Kochman of Israel, just click on 3 and go down there. You can watch that one. Kejau Nabali of Ukraine and Cyril Grossklaus are on mat 2. We're going to stick with the super heavyweights for the time being then. Noel van der End has won his contest down on mat number 3. So he makes progress. Rompal. First time I've seen the Portuguese super heavyweight. Just a single Shido against Joe Spikers at the moment. Apart from that, nothing much to write home about in this one. Well, at the very least, what we can say is that you are going to get to have a look at what's on offer in the plus 100 kilo category, the super heavyweight. So by the time we come to round 2, we'll have a good idea of what the fighters are like. That right-sided Ojigari from Joe Spikers. I'm just going to have a look at where we are as far as round 1 is concerned. We've still got 3 contests left after this in round 1. And then as far as this mat is concerned, mat number 1 we're talking about, after we've had round 1 of the super heavyweights, we'll then have the first of the under 78 kilo category contests. So we're going to share mat number 1 between the under 78 and the plus 100 kilo categories. We'll try to bring you commentated action on the other mats as we can. I'll try and jump around if there are big contests taking place. I'll try and move over there, but we're doing this remotely, so it's not as straightforward as it usually is. But the thing that remains the same is that you have a choice. You can click on whichever mat you want to watch. Right, time running out in this one. Both fighters picked up penalties, but there is no score as yet as we come to the end of regulation time. By the time they get to their feet and the referee calls Hajime, it will be time to begin the golden score period. Right at the end there, Vasco Rompal picks up a second penalty, so he goes into the golden score period having collected 2 Shidos. Spikers just the 1, so it's Spikers with a slight advantage here. The Portuguese can't afford another error, simple as that. The other thing you can't afford to do is to get dumped as he was there. That rolling Ippon Seoinage from the big Dutchman, enough to take him in to round 2. going to have a look and see who his opponent will be in that second round contest. He's going to face Kemal Erdogan of Turkey, who defeated Ushangi Kokauri in that previous contest. Okay, so Spike is into round 2, where he will face Erdogan. Up next, Levani Matiashvili of Georgia faces Yerasil Kazibayev of Kazakhstan. Matiashvili in the white judogi, Kazibayev in blue. Very similar body types, Matiashvili and Kazibayev. Short and stocky for the weight category. Single Shido picked up by Kazibayev. Early days yet. Reasonable posture for a big fella, the Kazakh. Not least of all because at the end of his hands is a very useful Georgian. Good experience on the international circuit, Matiashvili. Makikomi effort from Matiashvili. He just lost contact with the left arm. There was nothing to take hold of for the rest of that technique. He collapsed onto his front. Little Ashi was there that brought Kazibayev off balance. And the Kazakh picked up a second penalty now. Just going to put a bit of pressure on him now. 2 penalties. Plenty of time left on the clock. You always think that the likelihood of being able to make it for another 2 minutes penalty free is pretty slim. Certain styles as well that you feel are better suited to dealing with that kind of pressure from the scoreboard, where you've got 2 penalties, but if you're not that mobile and you find it difficult to step up the tempo, then you really do put yourself under plenty of pressure by having collected Shidos that early on in the contest. You've got just under a minute and a half left to go. I can't see this going the distance here. Matiashvili just has to be clever, keep busy, try and slow Kazibayev down in the absence of a throw, that is. Yeah, one more attack here from Matiashvili. If he's really clever, he'll jump in with another attack and really have the Kazakh player looking passive. Strong grips. No. Kazibayev manages to get in a couple of attacks there, so that will level things up as far as, in the referee's mind anyway, as to whether Kazibayev is passive or not. Wasn't in the best position for that Makikomi effort. The stab at the Ashiwaza brings Kazibayev down onto his front. The passivity clock is running again for Kazibayev. He's got to come up with an attack here. Well, that wasn't the best, was it? Yep, he's run out of steam, I'm afraid. Matiashvili should be able to finish this off now. Well, this one is going to go in golden score. As I said, I'm surprised that it's gone this far without Kazibayev picking up a third penalty, but he's managed to come up with attacks at the right time, just to keep him in the hunt. There you go again, another strong effort from the Kazakh. You can't fault him for effort, and you've got to give him some credit for getting the timing right with regard to his attacks. They've not been the best, but he's attacked at the right time. With no chance of him picking up a penalty. The passivity, that is. Possibly a fourth attack earlier, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And then Matiashvili losing contact with the hands there. He's also had the timing right as far as the tempo and the rate of attacks. There you go. Big Osotagari there, buried Kazibayev. Once he got himself into the right position, there's no defense against that, and the Kazakh went over. Good finish from Levani Matiashvili. Took him 34 seconds of the golden score period to come up with that ippon, and he goes into round 2. Matiashvili will face the number 3 seed, David Mura, when we come round to round 2. Coming up now, Stefan Hegi of Austria faces Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. It's Hegi in the white judogi, Bashayev in blue. He's seeded Russian. There's a second Russian who's seeded number 1. That's Inal Tasoyev. Just want to check to see where Bashayev is on the world ranking list. He missed out on being seeded. That means he's outside. He wasn't one of the top 8. Bashayev is number 30 on the world ranking list, whereas Tasoyev is up at number 5. I like Tasoyev, to be honest, as the Russian representative at plus 100. There are a few contenders for that spot. Tasoyev, Bashayev, possibly. Possibly Anton Krivobokov, but I think things are a little bit too late for Krivobokov, although he is one place ahead of Bashayev. I don't think he's in the mix, however. He would have to have very special results to overtake Bashayev, despite Bashayev being possibly the shortest player in the weight category. He's got some good throwing skills, keeps up a good tempo, but I think Tasoyev shades it for me, although he does from time to time get caught By that I mean he gets caught when one doesn't expect it.
After the first contest of the Mignon, there will be a short break for family time. And the same procedure on topic 2 and topic 3 also. So first, we will have a break.
Just a reminder that you can watch whichever of the tatamis you want. 2 or 3 is available just by clicking on that, so don't feel as though we're holding you back here. By all means, make your choice. We're already settled on map number 1. We're going to go through the complete round 1 of the plus 100 kilo category, and then we'll stay here for the under 78 kilo category. Yeah, nice score there. Bashayev has got good throwing skills. That's what we were talking about. He's not the biggest in the weight category by any means, but he really does have good throwing skills, and that was a perfect illustration of that. So Bashayev it is who goes into the next round. Round 2, that is. His opponent will be the winner of the upcoming contest. But I think that they're going to take this opportunity to have the obligatory disinfecting of the competition area. We have to carry out this COVID-19 protocol as part of the rules for staging competitions. So a little bit of sanitizing has to take place. We do that every hour. Keeping the tatami clean. I'm sure you'll understand that at home. Maybe time enough just to bring you up to date with what's been happening in the under 90 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Nicholas Sherazadishvili of Spain, he's through to round 3 already. I'm just going to see if we've had any upsets. Cyril Grossglass over Kejao Nabali, but the rest of the competition is still in round 2, so nothing to write home about as yet. Noel van der End, he's in to round 3, having defeated Lee Kochman of Israel, and Marcus Niemann over David Klamert. It'll be Marcus Niemann to face Hussein Karl Musayev in round 3. Colton Brown lost out to Ariane Sherov. Bit of a surprise. I thought that the man from the USA, Colton Brown, would have come through the winner there. My pick. And in the under 100 kilo category, Tomer Nikiforov over Ohad Zalan, Alexander Idir over Matthias Madsen, and Cedric Oliver defeated Aaron Fowler of Austria. I think that's probably all the news that we've got to bring you then. Right, shouldn't be that long before we get back underway. They normally have a minute or so once once the cleaning has taken place. Give it a minute or so to dry off. And then we'll be back underway and we can give the fighters a proper introduction. We're watching the plus 100 kilo category, the super heavyweights, down on mat number 1. And a reminder, again, you can watch whichever of the mats you like. Just click on 2 and you'll get that, or 3. Right, the last of the contests in the plus 100 kilo category. The winner of the upcoming contest will face Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia in round 2. First look at Seraphim Kompanyes of Israel. I've never seen Kompanyes before. He's up against Ivelo Dimitrov of Bulgaria. That's the contest coming up on mat number 1. It will be Kompanyes in the white judogi, Dimitrov in blue, once the players come to the tatami. Shouldn't be that long before we get back underway. Those of you who've got good patience, who are hanging around to watch the next contest, thanks very much. I suspect that the really astute and clever ones have already jumped ship and gone down to either mat 2 to look at Top Christian, or probably we're down on mat number 3, but we're going to stick here. It won't be that long before the 2 fighters come out. Or maybe a chance to find out if we've got any information on Kompanyes. As I said earlier, I've never seen him before. Nope, this is my first look at new Israeli super heavyweight. Or Sasson is the other super heavyweight in the weight category for Israel. And he's had a bye into the next round. He's the number 4 seed, and he had a bye into round 2. He'll face Daniel Allerstorfer of Austria when we come round to round 2. Dimitrov, all right, well, let's have a look at Dimitrov of Bulgaria. Only 20 years old, so still junior, really. This is his first ever Grand Slam outing, so good luck to Mr. Dimitrov and welcome to the big league, the first ever Grand Slam outing. Well, given that we've got that amount of time, We should be able to get Compagnes and Dimitrov up on mat 1. Yep, here's the introduction for them. Serafim Compagnes and Ivelo Dimitrov. They're about to take to mat 1. Yeah, a little bit of a challenge for us because, as I said earlier on, we're doing this remotely, so I can't tell you exactly what's happening on mat number 2. I'm sure that they're going to go through the sanitation and cleaning process as we've just done here, and given that that takes so long, I think we're going to stay here on mat number 1. Okay, we're underway with Compagnes in the white judogi, Dimitrov in blue. If you want to watch the contest on the adjoining mat 2, I think that's going to get underway after they've done their COVID-19 protocol cleanup. That'll be Avtandil Chirikishvili of Georgia going up against Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia. It should be a humdinger of a contest, so make sure you watch that one. Fighters have picked up a penalty. Haven't seen either of these fighters before. So a few new faces. Just falling away with that Uchimata effort. Just got the balance wrong. Not a bad effort from Dimitrov, but both of these fighters are young and just finding their feet in the super heavyweight division. It's good to get in there early, especially at this kind of size, this body type. And if they can hang in there, get used to the weight division, start getting strong, it could be pretty useful. Only 20 years old. Plenty of time for a super heavyweight. They can go another 12 years if they're injury free and comfortable in the weight division. They're not going to go down. Right. We're going to go to mat 2. That was a nice big finish from Compagnes at the end of that action. Nice big Ojigari for Ippon. Anyway, we're on mat number 2 now. We pick up the action in round 2 of the under 90 kilo category. Avtandil Chirikishvili of Georgia faces Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia. It's Chirikishvili in the white judogi, Igolnikov in blue. We joined the contest with about 45 seconds gone. There is no score yet, but Igolnikov is about to pick up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip. Our first look at the under 90 kilo category. Chirikishvili, the former world champion at under 81 kilos, has been for a few years now fighting up at 90 kilos. A brief look at the Battle of the Karens taking place on mat number 1. Karen Leon and Karen Stevenson up on mat number 1. That's round 1 of the under 78 kilo category. Yeah, the problem for Avtandil Chirikishvili, having moved up to 90 kilos, was first of all to get used to the weight category, get himself some experience, settle in at the heavier weight, get used to the competition, and then he needed to get past a couple of people in his own country, and that wasn't going to be easy. Chirikishvili in a very tough weight division in Georgia, far less outside. In Georgia, ahead of him is, first of all, Lasha Bekauri, and then Beka Kviniashvili. So those two fighters in Georgia head him by at least 1,500 points on the world ranking list. And the problem for Chirikishvili is that someone like Lasha Bekauri is only 20 years old, so the Georgians are probably going to be looking in that direction. And he would have needed a special performance to get past Mikhail Igolnikov. It hasn't happened. He's gone over for Ippon with that little Kosotogari. So Igolnikov it is who wins out there. And Chirikishvili knows just how important that was to him. Not just that contest, but this competition. Here he had a shot at a Grand Slam. He needed to do something a little bit special. Didn't happen, and it's Igolnikov of Russia who goes through to the next round. Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan faces Faruk Bulakulov of Kyrgyzstan now. Mediev in the white judogi, Bulakulov in blue. people may be wondering at home what would have happened had Chirikishvili been able to hold the weight at under 81 kilos. It's all speculation now, and it's a moot point really, because he couldn't stick to under 81 kilos. And in any event, he would have had to have dealt with Tato Grigolashvili or Luka Maisoradze. Both of those are well over 3,000 points on the IGF World Ranking list. So the situation was no different for him there. If he'd stayed at 81, he would have had another youngster to deal with. Grigolashvili is only 20 years old. So the Georgians spoilt for choice with the quality of competition, or the quality of the fighters that they can put out. And Luka Maisoradze is only 22, so really a difficult situation for Avtandil Chirikishvili. Realization that probably at 29 he's already past it. He may have some out left, but the really big one that he wanted, that being a trip to the Olympic Games. He's unlikely to see that again. A third penalty picked up by Faruk Bulakulov sees Mamadali Mediev go through. Chirikishvili had one shot at the Olympic Games. That was in Rio, where he finished 5th. So, a credible performance at 81 kilos. But after that, he had to move up. Right, we're sticking here with the under 90 kilo category. Up next, Jasper Smink of the Netherlands. He faces Darko Brasnovic of Serbia. It's Smink in the white judogi, Brasnovic in blue. Just gonna open that up a little bit, make sure that I've got that right. I mentioned to you at home that we were doing this remotely. It's Darko Brasanovic. Who's in the blue judogi for Serbia. I think Serbia picked up a medal on the opening day, if I'm not mistaken. That was Andrea Stoyadinov in the under 48 kilo category. They'll actually come close to picking up a second. Stoyadinov in the under 48 kilo category picked one up, but Nikolic, unfortunately, her teammate, lost out in the second round. So the expectations were for Nikolic. I think Nikolic was seeded, if I'm not mistaken, certainly one of the top 8, which failed to live up to expectations, and it was her teammate Stoyadinov who stepped up and took a medal. No score yet between Smink and Brasnovic. Ojigari from the serve there, just threatening on the right side. It's Mathieu Bataille of France, a former super heavyweight, who's in the middle, taking So the under 90 kilo category. It's not often that you get the referee being bigger than the super heavyweights. Okay, it's understandable that he will be bigger than this pair. They're only 90 kilos. But sometimes when you see Matthew Bataille in the middle with the super heavyweights, he's bigger than they are. Rams it inside off, I suppose. He could claim to be a big fella as well. Another referee, this time from Uzbekistan. Single Shido picked up by Brasnajovic. A little over a minute left to go. Nice movement from Brasnajovic, but he couldn't come up with a score. Couldn't quite turn Smink there. There's a few seconds left in the contest. And Smink picks up a penalty for passivity. So the golden score needed to decide this one. Not quite, just put him down onto his knees. And the second penalty picked up there by Prasnjovic. We had a minute of golden score. Yeah, things stepping up now. As both fighters realise they need to finish this off quickly. Two penalties picked up by the Serb fighter. Let's see what Smink can offer here. As Prasnjovic really looks to dig himself out of a bit of a hole. Yeah. Breathing really heavily here, Darko Prasnjovic. Not surprising. Smink looks strong and fit. Just hasn't been able to come up with a score. Really physically drained, Prasnjovic. Feel for this pair. That's a horrible feeling when you can't get air into your lungs and your chest feels as though someone has hit it with a sledgehammer over and over again. That was close. Prasnjovic getting into a good position, almost catching Smink. Onto his backside, not quite the scoring part of the body, I'm afraid. One more roll of the dice here. Prasnjovic putting up a really good effort here against Jesper Smink. Just couldn't get the left leg far enough across, and he gets caught at the end. What an effort. Smink coming up with the counter, but what an effort from Prasnjovic. Really gave it his all. He was so close to coming up with a score on several occasions there. 3 minutes of golden score. In the end, It was the Dutchman who came through. Jesper Smink in to the next round. This is in the under 90 kilo category. Jesper Smink will now face Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan. Right, we're going to get to see the under 100 kilo category now. The number 1 seed, Peter Palchik of Israel, goes up against Avtar Singh of India. It's Palchik in the white judogi, Singh in blue. The winner of this contest will face Toma Nikiforov of Belgium. Nikiforov already defeated Ohad Zalan of Hungary in his opening contest. He had a bye in round 2 unusually because his opponent pulled out. So whomsoever wins this will face Toma Nikiforov in round 3. Nice movement there from Singh. Palchik thought about the Makikomi on the left side, but he felt the attempted counter from Singh and he had to bail out of that. Some news about Inal Tasoyev of Russia. He defeated Harun Sadikovic of Bosnia-Herzegovina in round 2, so it's Tasoyev into the first of the quarterfinals in the plus 100 kilo category. Palchik coming up with a score there. Singh just getting caught, going over the shoulder. So it's Palchik who leads with a little over a minute and a half left to go. Nice turn from Palchik. Look how comfortable he is. He knows that with that left shoulder trapped the way it is, but Singh wasn't getting out of that. He really wrapped him up tightly there.
Second round, fighting at 100 kilos, Japan 2. In the watch category, representing Brazil, Rafael Buzakarini. In the blue category, representing Mongolia,
Right, coming up on mat number 2, Rafael Buzakarini of Brazil goes up against Baktugyag Gonchigsuren of Mongolia. It's Buzakarini in the white judogi, Batuyag in blue. I think Gela Zalashvili of Georgia is in a bit of trouble down on mat number 1 in the plus 100 kilo category. Sipoch Richard of Hungary was originally given Ippon for a technique, but that's been brought down to Wazari, but he's only got 20 seconds left in that contest, so here we are. Zalashvili with his hands on his knees, bent over, hopeful that they're not going to change that to Ippon. He gave Ippon originally, and now a third penalty for a false attack, and Gela Zalashvili is not hanging around. he was wondering whether they were going to change the result back to Ippon. And a third penalty from Sipoch puts him out when he was leading by Wazari. So unfortunate for the Hungarian, but Zalashvili dodged a bullet there because he was on his way out. On the tatami now, or Sasson of Israel faces Daniel Alastorfer of Austria. It's Sasson in the white judogi, Alastorfer in blue. Round 2 of the plus 100 kilo category. Tastoyev now will face Zalashvili in the first of the quarterfinals, and whosoever wins this, well, this for a place in the second of the quarterfinals. They're already reaching that kind of stage. A little bit of a hop and a stab at Ojigari from Sasson there. Really determined, however. A real effort. Sasson has a reasonable grip from which he can work. And just as I say that, they break the grips up. Just trying to get settled is Sasson and set himself up for the big attack. Alastorfer will be mindful of that and won't allow him to hold on to one grip for too long. Good pressure on the edge here. And wait for the reaction, and Alastorfer just walked off the tatami there. Didn't like the grip and decided he'll take the Shido. 20 left to go. Sasson looking slightly bent over, and again Alastorfa coming under a bit of pressure on the edge of the mat. Decided to bail out. Looks reasonably comfortable, does Sasson, moving nicely, nice and upright. Alastorfa a little watchful, feeling that it's Sasson who's likely to come up with the big throw. Not really in the best position for bringing that off, but well, he can't be. He's just attacked. How can it be? How can you have given a Shido to Sasson when he just attacked? Well, the only way that could have happened is if he'd already called Mate and Sasson was in the process of attacking. Oh well, that's the only way that could have happened. The long and the short of that is that Alastorfa has 2 penalties, Sasson just the 1, and we're into the golden score period. Sasson attacking again, left-sided. Time to step on the gas here from Sasson and put in another couple of attacks. Finish this off. If you can't throw him, then at least finish it off tactically. It's Alastorfa's turn to attempt the Osodagari. A little bit too far away, and he didn't have control of the top half of the body either. Sasson still shading it, for me anyway. I'd like to see him a little bit more upright. He's just gathering himself, taking in deep breaths. The tempo has slowed considerably now, as both fighters really tire. false attack penalty picked up by Alastorfer, and it's Paul Sasson who finds a way through to the next round. That is the quarter-final. Second of the quarter-finals. I think I've already mentioned that the first of the quarter-finals features Inal Tasoyev of Russia. He goes up against Yela Zalashvili. Right, coming up next here, Bekmurod Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan faces Vito Dragic of Slovenia. Oltiboyev in the white judogi, Dragic in blue. Nice start from Oltiboyev there. Early onto the scoreboard with that Wazari left-sided effort. And Dragic with a real job on his hands now, going down by Wazari in the first 30 seconds. Tight contest on the adjoining mat between Elmar Gazimov of Azerbaijan and Mert Sislanmar of Turkey. Both fighters have a score on the board, and there's a minute left in that one. There's no score number 3 in the under 100 kilo category between Shadi El Nahas of Canada and Vek Sombor of Hungary. Oltiboyev keeping himself busy here in this one, trying to finish things off. Having scored Wazari early on, we're inside the first 30 seconds now, looking for a score that will finish this. Again, just a little bit too far away from Dragic as he tries the Osodagari. It worked for him earlier on in the previous contest, but just a little bit too far away here and stretching himself. Oltiboyev looking surprisingly tired here. Started the contest well. Not getting himself into the best position. A little over half a minute left to go. Dragic is not out of it yet. Voltiboyev continues to tire like this. Dragic may yet have a chance. Kind of written him off after 30 seconds when Voltiboyev came up with that early score, but the speed with which the Uzbek is tiring is actually giving Dragic a bit of empowerment. You can see Dragic fancies his chances here. He must be feeling it at the end of his hands that Voltiboyev is not quite as strong now as he was at the beginning of the contest. So Dragic has made it to the end of the contest, hanging in there. Unfortunately, that Wazari scored within the first 30 seconds was enough to give the contest to Bekmurod Voltiboyev. Dragic, a spirited effort, but ultimately losing out to the Uzbek. Right, it will be Voltiboyev who will face or Sasson in the second of the quarterfinals. Our chance now to see, for the first time today, Rafael Silva of Brazil, number 2 seed. He comes up against Darko Chulum of Serbia. Silver in the white judogi. Chulum, I think it is. Jarko Chulum. I heard the stadium announcer say, shall I go with that? Yeah, why not? I once had a photograph taken standing next to Rafael Silva. It was quite comic. I'm only 1.67 meter 66, maybe. Not quite sure how tall Rafael Silva is, but suffice to say that there's a great deal of difference between not only our height, but just general size. Nice photograph. Makikomi effort, and over goes Darko Chulum. Wazari on the board for silver, and then the Osaikomi Kuzuri Kezakatami from silver is enough to take this round 2 contest. He goes into the quarterfinal. So we're getting through round 2 fairly quickly in the plus 100 kilo category. Coming up next, it'll be Kemal Erdogan of Turkey. He goes up against Drew Spikers of the Netherlands. Erdogan in the white judogi, Spikers in blue. Spikers earlier on had a lengthy battle in his opening contest with Vasco Rompao of Portugal. Erdogan it was who overcame Ushangi Kokauri in round one.
Second round for men 100 kilograms, Academy 2, in white for Kazakhstan, Viktor Demyanenko, in blue representing Serbia, Alexander Kubel.
No scorers yet between Erdogan and Spikers. Spikers looking to try and work something on the ground, and Erdogan neat in defence, keeps the Dutchman out. Erdogan lost contact with hands pretty quickly in that attack. That was bordering on a force attack. As part of that was trying to break up the grip. No Sodakari effort from Spikers, just had Erdogan stepping back to defend against that. Ojigari from Sure Spikers. That was a lovely Ojigari. Really well done. And now the Osaikomi, the Kesugatami, is enough to finish off Turkish opponent. Good work from Spikers there. That's probably the best that I've seen him. Nice Ojigari. Hopped that through. Stayed in there for the whole of the technique and brought Erdogan down, and then quite cleverly followed that up on the ground. So it'll be Spikers to face silver in the third of the quarterfinals. We'll come back down here to see that. Right, coming up next, David Moura of Brazil faces Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. Moura in the white judogi, Matiashvili in blue. I think we're going to take a break to disinfect the tatami again. So that normally takes a few minutes, during which time if you want to go down to one of the other mats, then feel free to do so. But a short break for tatami cleaning, and then we'll be back with more action from day 3 of the Budapest Grand Slam.
second round for the third 100 kilograms. In WWE representing Brazil, David Moura. In WWE representing Georgia, Leon Matiashvili.
Right, coming up next on mat number 1, David Moura of Brazil goes up against Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. Round 2 of the plus 100 kilo category. That's our first look at David Moura on the left-hand side of your screen. Levani Matiashvili appears now in the blue judogi. Moura just a little bit taller than Matiashvili. If my memory serves me correctly, I think he is in the Brazilian Navy. I think that's the case. I may be able to get some indication as to whether or not that is correct or not. Just look up the record. See whether or not he's won in the military games or something. That usually tell you if he's well, at least it'll tell you if he's in the military. Yeah, on his record it says that he was competed in the World Military Championships or Games. So perhaps my memory does serve me well. And I suppose it's appropriate or ironic maybe that I should have mentioned that, and when I look up his results, he picked up a bronze medal at the World Military Games that were held in Wuhan last year, 2019. Just wonder how appropriate that is. I'm sure the irony of that is not going to be lost on people at home watching. Single Shido, picked up by Moura. We've got a minute and a half left to go. Good little tussle, this one. Moura and Matiashvili into the last minute. No score, just a single Shido picked up by Moura. Now he picks up a second penalty, this time for passivity. Having some problems with the left eye. I'm not sure what it is. Right eye, beg your pardon. I don't know, maybe his contact lenses, and one of them is giving him a problem. Half a minute left to go. Things not looking that good for David Mura, the number 3 seed. Matiashvili taking the long way back to his start point as he tidies up now. Last few seconds of this round 2 contest then. Mura at a disadvantage, having picked up 2 penalties. There's that little left Ojigari. There was a good effort quite early on in the contest as well that Matiashvili had to step off, and then Matiashvili comes back with his own Ippon Seoinage effort that Mura collapses. As time runs out and we go into golden score. That was the Georgian coach just being asked to tone things down a little. Mura missed the chance of going into Newaza there. Good movement from the big fella, Matiashvili. Mura in danger of going out here. He's got to step up the attacks. Matiashvili is beating him to the attacks and making him look passive. That's a really nice effort there off the belt. Mura looking at Obio Toshi there. Unusual to see that, but it does exist. Matiashvili just able to step off and around to his right to avoid getting caught up in that attack by Mura. Right arm around the waist. He brought himself down, I think. And they're going to give that to Matiashvili. Maybe he took it over in the end, but it was definitely Mura who had initiated the movement. And they're going to give Matiashvili the benefit of the doubt. I don't think I would have, but I'm not the man in the middle and I'm not in the commission, but I just didn't feel as though Matiashvili had done enough to warrant being given a score that for a movement that Mura had initiated and had him almost on his back at the end of his own accord. This time, oh, that was close. Almost turned. Not sure if they're going to give that. It was close, but Matiashvili again taking over a Mura effort. The point to the shoulders. He can't. If he lifts it any higher, the belt will disappear. Yeah, I'm glad that they haven't gifted it to Matiashvili. Mura initiated the last two big attacks. It would have been a shame for Mura to have gone out that way, but he will go out here. That was just... Yeah, he spent out, no energy left. Give a fourth attack there. And Levani Matiashvili it is, of Georgia, who goes into the quarterfinal. Yep, that's right. An unfortunate way to exit the competition, but I think on balance, Matiashvili done enough to warrant the win. Right, we're going to get another look at Seraphim Companies of Israel. We saw him in his opening contest when he defeated Ivalo Dimitrov of Bulgaria. Here he is now up against stiffer competition. He faces Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. It's Bashayev in the white judogi, Companies in blue. One of the strongest throwers in the competition, Bashayev. Oh, and almost countered. A little bit loose, the effort there from the Russian, and he almost got taken back. Going to have to be a little bit sharper, Bashayev. He's going to catch Compagnes given that last exchange. And Bashayev has been that little bit more watchful since that first effort. Both fighters picking up penalties for passivity. Bashayev came up with the first attack and almost got countered, and since then has thought the better of attacking, which has resulted in him picking up a penalty for passivity. Mind you, Company has picked one up as well, so both fighters on a penalty. Compagnes was hanging on to the belt for quite a while there. He did come in with two attacks, and I feel as though they were generous with the timing there. He's giving a really good account of himself, Compagnes, for the first outing in the Grand Slam. Good effort, again on the belt for a while.
Second round for the winner 78 kilograms, 72. In the weight category,
Shayev has really had to be watchful against the tall Israeli. He had that one effort early on with Bashayev, and since then, apart from that last attack, he's pretty much been kept quiet by Compagnes. Really good effort here from Compagnes, especially given Bashayev's throwing skills. He's kept the Russian at bay. And I just get the feeling that Bashayev is beginning to tire, depending on how strong Compagnes can be at the back end of the 4 minutes. We've only got half a minute left. Normal time. Yeah, he couldn't keep him off. Too tricky. Koichi Gaki from Bashayev bringing Compagnes down onto his side, and Russian should be able to take it from here. He's only picked up one penalty. He can burn another one before the end. He tries with that left-sided Tomoyanagi. That takes up 3 or 4 seconds. We've got 15 left on the clock, and unless Compagnes can come up with a score, this one is going to go to Bashayev. That, I'm afraid, is that. There's a second left on the clock. And unfortunately, that's 3 seconds too little. Minimum amount of time that I've ever seen someone thrown is 4 seconds. And after a really good effort from Serafim Compagnes of Israel, it's Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia who wins out. He goes into the last of the quarterfinals. He'll face Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. So that wraps up round 2 of the plus 100 kilo category. We've got round 2 of the under 78 kilo category about to start here now, and the number 1 seed Fanny Estelle Posvit is about to take to the tatami. She faces Sophie Berger of Belgium. It'll be Posvit in the white judogi, Berger in blue. Just a reminder to you at home, if you want to watch one of the other mats, you are perfectly free to do so. Just click on which mat it is that you want to watch and you'll get that. We're going to stay here on mat number 1.
Second round for winner 78 kilograms, 72. In the white judogi, representing Tunisia, Imel Chikuru. In the blue judogi, representing Mongolia, Masai Aliasue.
No scorers yet, just a single Shido picked up by Sophie Berger. The whole change in timing of the staging of the Olympic Games means that, yeah, she's had to tap out there. Means that some of the weight categories have not yet been settled. The choices for selection. And I still don't think that it's entirely settled with regard to what's going to happen with the French. Fanny Estelle Posvit came in here as a number 1 seed. She's already into the quarter-final now. And a good performance here will just help to keep her up and in the minds of the French when it comes to selection. It's not by any over and done with. Right, remember you've got the choice of who you're going to watch. On mat 2, it's Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain. He's up against Cyril Grossglass. And then down on mat number 1, you've got the current world champion Noel van der End of the Netherlands. He's up against Matthias Kusik of Estonia. You're perfectly happy or at liberty to go down and watch either of those. We've got some technical difficulties here in as much as we are not. I'm doing this remotely, so we haven't got the usual option of changing mats very quickly or whatever. So we're going to stick here with Nefeli Papadakis of the United States of America. She's up against Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands. It's Papadakis in the white judogi, Stevenson in blue. Thought about the Maki Komi effort there, Papadakis, but wasn't in the best position. Nicolas Sherazadishvili has just scored Ippon against Cyril Grossglass of Switzerland on mat 2. That puts him into the quarter-final. He's the number 1 seed in the under 90 kilo category. Second Shido picked up by Papadakis now. So much time left on the clock as well. Little Yoko Sutemi was it effort from Stevenson almost put her in difficulty there. Papadakis not able to take advantage of the fact that Stevenson missed with the attempted technique. He had a chance on the ground but wasn't able to take advantage of it. Minute 20 odd left to go. Papadakis with a disadvantage here, having picked up 2 penalties. Stevenson looking comfortable without really producing a great deal as yet. Again, looking for the Yoko Sutemi and again almost getting caught there. Papadakis not able to get past the legs quick enough to tempt the Yosai Komi. Another right-sided Makikomi effort from Papadakis, blocked by Stevenson. Strong effort at the end there from Papadakis. She's actually been the fighter with the better of the attacks. And we want to have a look at the landing. I'd go with the referee here and say no score. My initial feeling was that there wasn't enough there to give Wazari, and they did. They've given Wazari to Stevenson right at the end. I didn't think there was enough there, but I haven't seen the replay, and perhaps on replay for that met the eye. Unfortunate for Papadakis, she put in a good effort, but it's Karen Stevenson who wins out there, and she goes into the quarter-final. Right, coming up next, Loriana Kuka, Kosovo, faces Otgon Munksetseg of Mongolia. It's Kuka in the white judogi, in just a reminder that there are other contests taking place. You've got access to those if you wish. On mat 2, it's Tot Christian up against Mikhail Igolnikov. And then down on mat 3, Marcus Neyman against Hussein Karl Muzayev. You may wish to avail yourself of those contests. We're going to stick here with Loriana Kuka and Otgon Munksetseg. This for a place in the quarter-final of the under 78 kilo category. Otgon picked up a penalty for stepping off the competition area. Having to do this commentary remotely has meant that we haven't got the same kind of access to things as we would normally have, so my apologies for that, but I hope at the very least that we've got a slightly better audio quality than we did over the first 2 days. Kosovo have already taken 1 gold medal in on this Grand Slam. That was on the opening day in the under 48 kilo category when Distria Krasnicki won. Quite a performance if Loriana Kuka could come out on top here. He's the number 4 seed, by the way. The number 1 seed is Fanny Estelle Posvit of France. We've already seen her win her second round contest to take her place in the first of the quarterfinals. The number 2 seed is Patricia Sampaio of Portugal. We'll see her in a few minutes' time. And the number 3 seed is Audrey Chamillo of France. Two Shidos picked up by Otgun. Odd seconds left to go. Kuka leading by Rosari. Looking comfortable here. The fastest improving athlete in the weight category. She went from making a first appearance to quality contender within a 12-month period, and Otgun stepped off the competition area there and picked up a third penalty. So it's Kuka who wins out there and takes her place in the second of the quarterfinals. Right, she'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Alexandra Babintseva of Russia. She goes up against Lucia Cantero of Argentina. Babintseva in the white judogi, Cantero in blue. Marcus Niemann of Sweden has just won his contest down on mat number 3 against Hussein Kalmuzaev of Russia. Both fighters pick up penalties for passivity. Babintseva is one of two Russians in the weight category. Luckily for them, they're in opposite halves of the draw. The second of the Russians is Antonina Shmileva. We'll see her in her second round contest in a few fights' time. This is a bad little effort from Cantero. Babintseva dealt with it fairly easily, but at least the Argentinian got in an attack. Sotagaki effort from Babintseva. Just bringing Cantero down, but not quite enough for a score. Couldn't use the grip around the waist. Cantero had good position initially, and then she goes on her back there. That's a good finish from Babintseva. Too strong for Cantero to avoid. And it's Babintseva who wins out there. Yeah, nice strong finish from the Russian in the end. She takes her place in the quarterfinal. She'll face Loriana Kuka of Kosovo in the second of the quarterfinals. Coming up next, Patricia Sampaio of Portugal. She faces Natasha Ausma of the Netherlands. It's Sampaio in the white judogi, Ausma in blue. Just a reminder that you can watch the other content either on mat 2 or 3. Oh, nice score from Ausma. Sampaio completely off balance and unable to get off that. Yeah, awkward landing there by Sampaio. She's in some degree of discomfort. I think we're going to have to change mats here. Perhaps we could go to mat 2. See whether we can do that. As I say, we're doing the commentary remotely, so we haven't got the usual access to mat changes and stuff. But here we go. Peter Palchik of Israel, the number 1 seed in the under 100 kilo category, is up against Soma Nikiforov of Belgium. It's Palchik in the white judogi, Nikiforov in blue. Joined the contest with a little over a minute left to go. Palchik has picked up a single shido. We've pretty much been watching the plus 100 kilo category down on mat number 1. And as I said earlier, the nature of the commentary this time is that we are doing this remotely. So not all of the usual IT offerings that we bring to you can be done under these conditions, so hopefully that hasn't spoiled your enjoyment of the event. Palchik and Nikiforov could pass for twins, couldn't they? It's just as well that we've got a white and blue judogi, because they do look very similar, especially the way that they've cut their hair. Maybe they went to the same barber, same beard growth, same shape and body size. Into golden score then. Nikiforov taking the number 1 seed. Peter Palchik into golden score. Yeah, Nikiforov was all over the leg in that last exchange. I thought perhaps that, given the nature of what he was attempting to do, the attempt at shimiwaza, that they might get away with it. But if you look at the rules, given that Palchik had not entered into Newaza as yet, Palchik was still in Tachiwaza, and it wasn't possible for Nikiforov to touch the leg, because we need both fighters to be in Newaza for that to be allowed, and Palchik was not. Palchik was still standing. Almost 2 minutes of golden score already. Palchik still searching for a score. Nikiforov going to execute a Makikomi that Palchik almost countered. Just the Shidos on the board, no score, and that's what's brought us to this point in this round 3 contest. Nikiforov having a second stab low down on the right side there. Now Palchik picks up second penalty. He attacks on the left side, almost countered. Palchik up against it here. 3 minutes into golden score. Nikiforov just having picked up that single Shido, Palchik the 2. Can't afford an error here, Palchik, whereas Nikiforov could actually burn a Shido if he needed to, just to try and slow things down. Very little power left now. Palchik. Nikiforov still strong. He's always been very physically strong, Toma Nikiforov. Coming up to 4.5 minutes of golden score for this pair. What a battle this is. now Palchik. Well, if he gets away with this one, because yeah, I thought so. Nikiforov just managing to put himself into overdrive, putting 2, 3, possibly 4 attacks. Just left Nikiforov looking passive. Remember, this is round 3. So Palchik unable to keep up with the tempo by Nikiforov in that golden score period, losing out. He's out of the competition. Number 1 seed bows out in round 3. Toma Nikiforov takes his place in the quarterfinal. That'll be the first of the quarterfinals as well. We'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil. Buzzacarini goes up against Alexander Idier of France. It'll be Buzzacarini in the white judogi, Idier in blue when we come back. I'm just going to have a look to see where we may go next, because there's going to be a certain amount of tatami cleaning going on for a while anyway. That normally takes a while, so let's see if we can go down to mat number 3. Action going on down there. Jorge Fonseca of Portugal is up on the mat against Cedric Olivar of France. It's Fonseca in the white judogi, Olivar in blue, and Fonseca takes a bit of a whack to the chin that has him reeling backwards momentarily to just catch himself. Fonseca in the white judogi, Olivar in blue. We've just seen the number 1 seed in the competition bow out. That's Peter Palchik. He lost out to Toma Nikiforov. Fonseca is seeded number 2 here, the current world champion. You can see he's got the red back patch on. Olivar pressing forward. He's Wazari down already inside the first minute. Yeah, I think he's a little bit too long on the belt there, and he just pulled Fonseca down. I'm surprised it's gone that way. You had Olivar with an unorthodox grip around the belt, not attacking, and just pulling Fonseca's head down. Don't understand that. Olivar almost going over there. Fonseca looking to manufacture something out of not the best of start positions. And now Olivar catching Fonseca again on the chin. Fonseca leads with a little over a minute and a half left to go. Slightly untidy effort from Oliver here. He just appears to be all over the place. He's either on Fonseca's chin with the hands or on his legs. He picked up a penalty for that. Oh, just a little bit of a push out from Oliver. Not sure that Fonseca is best pleased with the tactics being employed by Oliver. And Fonseca picks up a second Shido. Just going to have to stand up a little bit stronger, said the Frenchman, I'm afraid. That's the nature of the way that Oliver approaches his judo. A little bit of a bruiser, I think, would be the correct term. Fonseca can't get distracted from his own judo. Important that Fonseca stays focused here. He's already put Wazzari on the board. Doesn't want to gift this. Oh, and he's got caught there. Yeah, for me, Fonseca just losing focus here and troubled by the tactics employed by Cedric Oliver. As a result of that, just thinking about other things as opposed to his own judo. He's picked up 2 penalties and he's going to go over again. He's lucky not to get caught there. Trying to force the issue now, attacking from a weak position and almost getting caught. Wasn't in the best position to launch that attack, and Oliver almost countered the current world champion, and another whack to the chin. The third time that Oliver has caught Fonseca on the chin. He's just untidy. He's an untidy fighter, Oliver. And Fonseca, and not once has Oliver held up a hand to say, okay, I caught you on the chin, I'm sorry. It hasn't entered his head. That's just the way that he fights. Last few seconds in this third round contest. Fonseca not following up in Mayweather there, trying to put more pressure on the Frenchman. I would have suggested that to him had I been in the coach's chair. Here comes Oliver again. Arm over the back. Koji Gaki effort. But Fonseca managing to turn onto his front, and there was no score. This one is going to go into golden score. And again, Fonseca not following up in Mayweather when there was an opportunity. Well, it's been a good battle. Fonseca. That Osodagari almost bringing Oliver down onto his side. 20 odd seconds of golden score. Fonseca was a little bit casual at times in the contest. Yeah, and I think that will score. Yeah, well, he was dicing with defeat there, Fonseca, for a while. Managed to pull things out eventually and come up with the win. So, Jorge Fonseca into the quarter-final, and having had enough contact with Oliver in the contest, Fonseca manages to step off happily into the quarter-final. Just seeing the end result here of Yanal Tsoyev having thrown Gela Zalishvili, and Zalishvili had Wazari on the board, so at some stage he must have led. Well, Tasoyev clearly having got the bit between his teeth came back to finish off the Georgian, so Tasoyev into the semi-final. We'll stay here to find out who it is that Tasoyev is going to face in the first semi-final, because coming up next we've got the quarter-final between Or Sasson of Israel and Bekmurod Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Sasson in the white judogi, Oltiboyev in blue. The winner of this to face Tasoyev. No scorers yet between Sasson and Oltiboyev. And it's Sasson who has the upright posture. Just looking that little bit more attacking. Half the contest gone, no scorers yet, penalty free as well. Oltiboyev was fading in his second contest. Not sure if he's had sufficient enough time to recover. But Sasson, well, he may not be aware of that. He picks up a penalty for passivity. It's good to have some information about your opponents, what they've done in the past. You're probably well aware of that, but in the very recent past, namely their last contests, how did they look? What were their fitness levels like? Left-sided effort from Sasson. Altiboyev managed to block that. Sasson able to step round that Altiboyev attack. Single Shido against Sasson, half a minute left to go. Score in regulation time, so golden score needed to sort this one out. Yadis is out of his chair again. He spends more of his time on his feet than he does sitting down. Can't afford to lose contact with the hands. Got to keep contact. Altiboyev actually has done quite well to come back from what had previously, or to come back from what was a poor performance in his previous contest, despite the fact that he won it. And he just shaded that. And he's managed to pick himself up and come back quite strongly here to threaten Sasson. Now Sasson picks up a second penalty for passivity. Sasson beginning to look drained here. He's going to have to come up with a score to finish this one. And Altiboyev really trying to press this home now. Uchimata effort. And then Low right-sided effort from Altiboyev that Sasson manages to step over. Sasson has to score, and he has to score quickly because his energy levels are dropping very quickly. Couldn't come up with the counter. And every time that Altiboyev attacks, it puts more pressure on Sasson to keep up with that tempo. Very hard to do that. Here comes the Israeli again. Altiboyev going left-sided, as does Sasson. Neither technique effective. This one on a knife edge here. Good effort from Sasson, and over he goes. He had to dig deep there, didn't he? Oh, Sasson coming up with the score. 2 minutes into, a little over 2 minutes into golden score. Altiboyev had put in a really strong effort there. But in the end, the more experienced Sasson of Israel managing to come up with that left-sided rolling Tzernagi for the win and take a place in the semi-final. Or Sasson will face Inal Tasoyev of Russia. Well, it took a while, didn't it, for Sasson. He finds himself in the semi-final. It's time now to go and recover. Okay, next to the quarterfinals, Rafael Silva of Brazil faces Ruud Spijkers of the Netherlands. Silva in the white Chadogi, Spijkers in blue. Spijkers back patch, possibly just the advertising coming loose, that's all. Silva managing to block that Spijkers effort fairly easily. Going to need a little bit more movement from Silva, which is difficult because he doesn't move a great deal. But Spijkers needs to have Silva coming on to him rather than him going looking for the big Brazilian. where Spikers needs to be ready. Silver steps forward again. It's not the right time to be attacking. Silver picks up a penalty for passivity. He was lucky there because Spikers could have been on the receiving end of one for a false attack. Huge lunge there by Spikers. But Silver manages to step off. Ochigari used that to good effect earlier on. Didn't come up with the combination. It's a good combination actually, stepping off the Ochigari and coming up with the Seoinage. Silver picks up a second penalty for passivity. Spikers attacks again. Yeah, this is good work from the Dutchman. Two more attacks here without a response from Silver, and he's going to take this because Silver's already picked up two penalties with a minute and a half left to go. Spikers would be well advised not to let this go any further. Put in two big attacks, you'll take this. Oh, Silver stuck a leg in looking for the Uchimata. Easily said, isn't it? I haven't got the big man at the end of my hands here. I don't want to be down there either with Silver. Once you've made your attack, try and get out of there as quickly as possible. You want to get rolled. Ilyasov of Russia has just defeated Alexander Kukolya in the under 100 kilo category. The Serb fighter, Kukolya, fighting up from 90 kilos at under 100, losing out to Ilyasov. Yeah, go on. A good effort from Spikers. He could sneak this, Spikers, if he puts in another attack. I really feel that if he was to come in with a big attack here, he could take this. Can't let Silver be first here. Really put the pressure on the Brazilian by attacking him. Don't sit back. Why not? Just keep attacking in that direction. They're going to put Silver out. Yep. Rafael Silva of Brazil it is, who loses out to a really spirited João Spikers. And that's good news for the lower half of the draw, where the number 2 seed and the number 3 seed, both Brazilians, have both gone out. It's Spikers into the second of the semi-finals. You'll face the winner of the upcoming contest between Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. He's going to go up against Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. It'll be Matiashvili in the white judogi, Bashayev in blue. Matiashvili's teammate, Gela Zalishvili, is already in the repechage, having lost his quarterfinal against Inal Tasoyev. So you had one Russian defeating the Georgian, and we end up with a similar situation here if Bashayev is able to get past Matiashvili. First minute out of the way, no score as yet between Matiashvili and Bashayev. Matiashvili shaping to go left-sided there. Just a hint of a possible Toshi, but no real effort behind it. Matiashvili almost coming off the wrong side there after that effort by Bashayev. The shouts that you can hear are from the coaches, one of them on the adjoining mat. Yeah, that's a nice Kojigaki from Tamerlan Bashayev, bringing Matiashvili down onto his side for Wazari. It was at the minute and a half mark left to go. Let's see how much time Bashayev can burn on the ground. Well, 8 seconds anyway. Matiashvili with the job on his hands now to come back from Wazari down with a minute 20 left to go. Right-sided effort from Bashayev, but Matiashvili was able to move around again to his right side and avoid getting caught. A bit too far away with that Toshi. Last few seconds then, Matiashvili got to go for it here. Bashayev seems to be coasting his way to the semi-final. He can afford to take a dive there with 7 seconds left to go, or pick up a penalty for dropping. Here comes Matiashvili. Russia can afford to take another dive, to be honest. Just hooks the one leg in, and that was enough to squeeze past Matiashvili in the end. Although earlier on, Bashayev looked pretty good. Lost his shape towards the end, possibly in the last 30 seconds, but by that time he'd already put one eye on the semi-final. And it will be Tamerlan Bashayev in that semi-final. He'll face Sure Spikers of the Netherlands. Okay, so that wraps up the semi-final lineup in the plus 78 kilo category. Inal Tasoyev of Russia will face Orsasson of Israel, and it'll be Jur Spijkers of the Netherlands to go up against Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. Let's go back to the under 78 kilo category now. The quarterfinal, the first of the quarterfinals, Fanny Estelle Posvit of France, the number 1 seed, faces Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands. It's Posvit in the white judogi, Stevenson in blue. There is a really fascinating conundrum or set of circumstances developing for France in this weight category. And this competition can go some way towards making that an even bigger problem for the French. Oh, what a beautiful piece of Ashiwaza. Yes, Posvit. That's one for the highlights reel. Absolutely super ippon from Posvit, who I was just going to talk about. I won't have the chance to speak about at length now, but if she wins here, and she's into the semi-final, but if she were to win here, it would be sufficient enough points from a Grand Slam win to put her ahead of her teammate Madeleine Malonga, who's the current world champion. But if Posvit were to win here, she would then become the world number 2, only behind Hamada Shuri of Japan, and she would be ahead of her teammate Madeleine Malonga, who's the current world champion. So good luck with that one for France. Right, Loriana Kuka of Kosovo faces Alexandra Babintseva of Russia. It's Kuka in the white judogi, Babintseva in blue. The winner of this one would face, the winner of this one will face Fanny Estelle Posvit in the first semi-final. Yeah, I just think Fanny Estelle Posvit is the one for me in that weight category. I absolutely love Madeleine Malonga, but results really at Posvit has had. Last year, she was on the podium every time she went out, barring the Grand Slam in Brazil. She won the Grand Prix in Huahauta, won the World Cup in Cluj-Napoca in Romania. She won the Qingdao Masters. Those were the wins. And she made it to the final in Prague, Zagreb Grand Prix, the Paris Grand Slam. And then she was on the podium in Tbilisi, Osaka Grand Slam, and the Dusseldorf Grand Slam. just the consistency she showed last year. I really think that Fanny Astel-Cosbeat may be well worth the French taking a look at, and she was only put up into that weight category as a kind of thank you for all that you've done at 70 kilos. And I remember when I first spoke to her after the move, she said, "No, I'm wrapping it up. I just thought I'd give it a go, one more year, and I didn't want to lose the weight at 70." So the French were good enough to say that they'll keep me on at 78. Look at the result, and that is without even talking about Madeleine Malonga and Fanny Astel-Cosbeat, and that's without even mentioning Audrey Chamillo, the former world champion and Olympic bronze medalist, who happens to be taking part here as well. So when it comes to giving the French a headache, Chamillo could take it. She hasn't yet given up her hopes for another bash at the Olympic Games. She's a little bit way down on the IJF World Ranking list when you take into consideration that her teammates are ranked 2 and 3 in the world. Chamillo is down at 13, and for most people looking to qualify for the Olympic Games, 13 is not such a bad position to be in. You're already in a qualification position, so the French have 3 people in qualified positions. Only one can go, of course. If Chamillo were to win here, it would lift her up possibly into the top 10. So a lot to think about for the French. Anyway, we're into the last minute of this quarterfinal. No score yet between Loriana Kuka and Alexandra Babintseva, although Kuka attacking there with that Maki Komi. Babintseva picks up a second penalty. Another Maki Komi couldn't finish off with the roll. Got herself into a good position there, Loriana Kuka, but couldn't finish off. Two penalties picked up by Babintseva in regulation time. Time having run out. It is the golden score period now. Oh, Babintseva there coming up with the score. Babintseva was claiming the score. I just looked away for a second. And you get to see the landing there. Yeah, it was Kuka. I'd looked away, so I couldn't see that. I only saw the very ending. It was Loriana Kuka that came up with the score. My apologies for that. Just happened to look at another screen. So Kuka makes her way into the semi-final. She'll face Agnieszka Pulsvit of France. The next of the quarterfinals features Natasha Ausma of the Netherlands. She's up against Anastasia Turchin of Ukraine. It's Ausma in the white judogi, Turchin in blue. Ausma is on form today. Really looking strong second Ippon that we've seen from the Dutch fighter here. Disposing of Anastasia Turchin. Really well done there from Natasha Ausma. Well, her opponent in the semi-final will be the winner of the upcoming contest between Audrey Chemio of France and Antonina Schmidleva of Chemio in the white, Schmidleva in blue. Chemio now with a job to put herself first of all into the semi-final, and then to win that so that she has a chance of keeping pace with Agnieszka Pulsvit in the first instance, and then Madeleine Malonga. I won't go into the story behind the chase. I've already exhausted that. But for me, that is one of the more interesting of the matchups in this attempt to qualify that's been extended. And the change in circumstance has allowed people who were trailing in the qualification stakes to close the gap or sometimes even overtake their national rival, who at some stage must have thought, well, I'm going to Tokyo. Well, that delay has resulted in a few changes. Yeah, good Maki Komi from Chemio. I wonder if he had already called Mate. I think he probably did. Well, Chemio would have much rather the Ippon as opposed to Schmidleva picking up a penalty or an overly defensive posture. Poor choice by Chemio. Schmidleva got a hold on now. Ushiro Kezugatami. Well, maybe Ushiro Yoko Shirogatami, and it was poor from Schmidleva. Really needed to hold on for another 3 seconds, and that would have been the end of it. That would have been a bit of an upset. Had Chermio gone out there. And they've even decided against the Wazari, so possibly wasn't that bad. I liked it, to be honest. I like the call of Wazari. There have been a few calls by the referees that I've gone with that have been overturned on review. That's why we've got the review, so that those marginal calls the Commission can have a look at, and they can make a more considered decision, given that the referee has got to make that a snap decision on what he sees or she sees at that time very, very quickly, and possibly not from the best position, whereas the Commission can have a look over and over again with the replay, with the slow motion from different angles, and they can come up with a different decision. They've done that a few times over the weekend, not that many, but that is the way that technology can come into things. Shmileva and Chermio pick up penalties for passivity. Just a few seconds left in this quarter-final contest as Chermio attacks right-sided and finishes it off. Just not enough strength left in the tank there from Shmileva to hold off the attack of the French girl and going over for Ipon there. Chermio makes her way into the semi-final. She'll face Natasha Ausma of the Netherlands. Semi-final, Fanny Estelle of France to go up against Laureana Kuka, Natasha Ausma of the Netherlands to face Audrey Chermio of France. Right, I think we come now to the first of the repechage contests in the plus 100 kilo category. Gela Zalishvili of Georgia faces Bekmurod Oltiboyev of Uzbekistan. It's Zalishvili in the white judogi, Oltiboyev in blue. A reminder that you can choose to watch mat 2 or 3. By all means, click on one of those mats if that's the action that you want to watch. We're going to stick here with what an Ashiwaza from Zalishvili. It was a real spanking, wasn't it? Gela Zalishvili throwing Bekmurod Oltiboyev for Ipon. I think if it is that we're going to have any mat cleaning, and I think we're going to go to one of the other mats. Right. Where are we going? I think we're going to go down to mat number 3. Let's see if we can get that organized. Normally takes a little while to get up, so we can track the attention of our IT staff and go down to mat number 3. If we can't, then I hope you'll understand that because this is being done remotely, I'm not there. I'm not actually in Budapest. Yeah, there you go. I managed to get down there in the end. Okay. So we join the quarterfinal between Nemanja Majdov of Serbia, a former world champion. He's up against Gantulga Altenbanger of Mongolia. It's Majdov in the white judogi, Gantulga in blue. We join the contest with almost 4 minutes of golden score gone. Both players have picked up a penalty apiece. Strong effort there from Majdov with a Ko-Sotagaki bear hug. And Tulga just managing to keep the Serbian out. Majdov looking the more positive of the two, Gantulga picks up the penalty for passivity, as Majdov looks the more positive of the two over that last period. Real down to fitness levels here now. Sumigaishi effort from Majdov. Gantulga blocking that one. Majdov senses the shimiwaza here. Squeeze that on, just missed out. Well, a big attack here from Majdov. Well, that wasn't very clever. So Majdov attacking strongly here. Gantulga it is who's picked up the two penalties. And he goes over. Terrific score there from Gantulga. Majdov well, distraught there at that loss. Gave it his all, didn't he, the man Yamaidov, in the end. It was Gantulga who had picked up 2 penalties for passivity, who decided to put his foot on the gas and come up with that big effort, throw in Nemanja Majdov for Ippon. Right, coming up next, the next quarter-final in the under 100 kilo category, Jorge Fonseca of Portugal faces Sierjeniks Miklos of Hungary. It's Fonseca in the white judogi, Sierjeniks in blue, and I hope that Fonseca manages a slightly better performance than he did in his previous contest, although I think the opponent had something to do with that as well. Well, Fonseca must have been galvanized into action from his previous contest. They've decided to give Wazari for that, so Sierjeniks not out of it yet. Down by Wazari inside the first minute, mind you. Fonseca scored Wazari inside the first minute in his previous contest and then proceeded to look rather poor for the next 3 minutes. I think the Frenchman that he was up against had a lot to do with it, but that's water under the bridge now. Fonseca has a different proposition in front of him now in the shape of Sierjeniks Miklos. Fonseca picks up a penalty for that gripping infringement. Yeah, he's going to go over again and give a second score this time. Fonseca it is who wins out. That puts him in the semi-final. He's the number 2 seed here, by the way. Number 1 seed was Peter Palchik of Israel. Palchik went out in round 3, losing out to Toma Nikiforov, and it was Nikiforov who then went on to defeat Alexander Idir in their quarter-final. Full line-up. Up. The first of the semi-finals will feature Toma Nikiforov. He'll go up against Niyaz Ilyasov. And we've just seen Jorge Fonseca winning his quarter-final. So he will face the winner of this quarter-final between Shadi El Nahas of Canada and Arman Adamian of Russia. It's El Nahas in the white judogi, Adamian in blue. El Nahas looking for that Koichigari leg and the Ippon Sanegi top. And for a Makikomi attempt there, but broke down fairly quickly. I was talking about the choices that different countries are going to have to make when it comes to who they select for the Olympic Games, and when you've got more than one fighter qualified in a weight category, then you've got a bit of a task on your hands. Well, the Russians have two fighters in the top 10 in the world in this weight category. They're both here. Niyaz Ilyasov is at number 9, and Arman Adamian, who's in that now, is at number 10. So this is a good competition for them to be working out who's going to have the bragging rights, Adamian or Ilyasov. And at the moment, the way things stand, managing to come up with the score strong from Adamian there. Just about to say the way things stand, they've got Ilyasov lined up for a semi-final with Toma Nikiforov, and if Adamian gets past El Nahas here with a minute 38 left on the clock, Adamian leading by Wazari, that's looking good for him. He'll face George Fonseca in the second of the semi-finals. Canadians have other things to think about as well with regard to selection, but I've promised to leave that particular topic alone for a while. I'm sure you at home can work that one out for yourselves. Although this weekend, the opening day in fact, went some way towards helping out. Could very well be seeing a new world number 1 in the under 15, in the under 57 kilo category, when the new IJF world ranking list comes out tomorrow. Makes things interesting. Right, Adamian continues to lead by Wazari here. We're in to the last minute. Not sure how long the delay is going to be for El Nahas to make his way back to the tatami. Meanwhile, up on mat number 1, Inal Tasoyev of Russia is on the mat. He faces Orsason of Israel in their semi-final in the plus 100 kilo category. We've got 56 seconds left of this quarter-final. Maybe, I'm not sure if we might be able to make the move up to mat number 1 in time to catch the contest between Tasoyev and Sasson. I think I'm going to get my request in early. Time beginning to run out here for El Nahas. 20 seconds for Adamian to hold on. He's done really well to stay Shido free as well. A good score, and then managed to avoid picking up a penalty. Big effort from El Nahas as he races back to his start point in preparation for launching another attack. Last few seconds here, just one more roll of the dice. And Damian decides to make it unattractive by bailing out. He will pick up a penalty for a false attack. He may very well pick up a second here for diving. He just avoids taking a grip. And unfortunately for El Nahas, time has run out. And it's Damian who makes his way into the semi-final. Okay, that having been pretty much wrapped up there, Damian will face George Fonseca. Let's see if we can encourage our team to take us down to mat number 1, where the semi-final between Inal Tasoyev and Or Sasson is underway. There you go. That's worked again. Worked a couple of times now. I'm delighted with that. Inal Tasoyev in the white judogi, Or Sasson in blue. We've got a minute 40 odd left in this semi-final. There's no score. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Down goes Tasoyev. That little kouchi, but not onto the scoring part of the body, just onto his backside and one hand down. He was a long way away there, wasn't he, Tasoyev? Sasson felt that one coming and blocked it. Sasson proving a difficult customer for the number 1 seed Inal Tasoyev to get past. Attacks there with that little low drop. Tasoyev trying to battle past the arms of Sasson to get as close as possible. Another little Serenagi effort from Sasson, and the second penalty picked up by Tasoyev. Yep, he manages to grapple Sasson to the tatami, arms around the waist. Down he goes. Yeah, Tasoyev having to dig really deep there in the last half minute of the contest, coming up with the score. So Tasoyev does what was expected of him this morning, well, on paper anyway. He's number 1 seed. He makes his way into the final. Or Sasson will have to battle it out in the bronze medal contest. We've got the second of the semi-finals coming up now. Spikers of the Netherlands faces Tamerlan Bashayev of Russia. Spikers in the white judogi, Bashayev in blue. we had 2 all-Russian finals on the opening day, the under 60 and the under 66 kilo category. We could end up having another one today with Tasoyev, who's already in the final, and Bashayev if he gets past Spikers. I'm not that sure that we don't face a similar situation in the under 100 kilo category, where the semi-final lineup is Toma Nikiforov against Niaz Ilyasov of Russia and Jorge Fonseca of Portugal against Arman Adamian of Russia. So the Russians having a really good time of it here in Budapest.
We are in the semi-final, category 2, in blue jubilee, representing Tunisia, Nigel Shihuru. Shihuru goes to the final in the category for women over 78 kilos. After one of Brazil, looking for bronze. Tatami 2, next contest is in repechage for men under 90 kg. In white for Uzbekistan, Davlat Ogunov. In blue for Azerbaijan, Amadalin Mehdiev. Tatami 3, next repechage for women over 78 kg.
Yeah, my sincere apologies to everyone at home if the commentary is delayed. The circumstances are against us, I'm afraid. I appreciate that will be very frustrating for most of you. You're watching the pictures live. I'm having to receive them remotely and then do the commentary as I see it. But if it is that we're those few seconds delayed, I can appreciate just how frustrating that will be. I am very sorry indeed. My ability to guess at what's likely to happen is not that good, so I can only go what I'm seeing. I can only go with what I'm seeing on the screen, and unfortunately, if the commentary is coming across later, then sorry about that. I'm not sure why some of you may be experiencing something different, but as far as I'm aware, the commentary is going out to you at the right time. So I'll keep my fingers crossed that yours is just an anomaly. But for everyone else, it appears to be okay. You know, there's no score in regulation time between Joe Spikers and Tamerlan Bashayev, so the period of golden score is underway now. Spikers picked up a single Shido.
individually representing Portugal, Rochelle Lucas.
Low right-sided effort from Bashayev there, and Spikers manages to avoid that. Half a minute gone in golden score, and it's Spikers who picks up the penalty for passivity. Almost counted there. I don't think there's a score here. I can't see how it is that Bashayev has been given the score. Yeah, no score for me there. Two penalties picked up by Joe Spikers now. We've had a minute of golden score. He's fought really well today, Spikers. Best I've ever seen him perform. The third of the Dutch fighters at this weight category, but not here today. We don't have either of the other two. Either Henk Grol or Roy Meyer. Yeah, that's a good finish from Bashayev. He's got good throwing skills, and it's taken him a bit of a while to pull that one out of the hat. It was good enough to come up with the winning score a minute and a half into golden score. So we will indeed have an all-Russia plus 100 kilo category final. It'll be Inal Tasoyev to face his teammate Tamerlan Bashayev. Right, we've got the first of the repechage contests in the under 78 kilo category coming up next. Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands faces Alexandra Babintseva of Russia. It's Stevenson in the white judogi, Babintseva in blue. I think I see what the difficulty was there. And Stevenson with a nice sit-down Yoko Otoshi comes up with the score. So Wazari the lead for the Dutch fighter. Another effort from Stevenson there. Just a reminder that you can watch any of the other mats. Oh, great effort from Babintseva. Wow, Wazari down and then coming up with, looked like Tani Otoshi perhaps. Went crashing to Ami there. Great score from Alexandra Babintseva to give herself a chance of a medal. She goes into the bronze medal contest.
Next contest on the number 3 is representation for 190 kilograms. In white for Sweden, Marcus Lima. In blue for Serbia, Nemanja Michael.
Right, we've got the second of the repechage contests now. It features another Russian, Antonina Shmileva, who's up against Anastasia Turchin of the Ukraine. It's Turchin in the white judogi, Shmileva in blue. And I believe I've corrected the problem that we may have been experiencing with some of the commentary. Golnikov, as you can see flashing from that scoreboard in the background, has just defeated Cherazadishvili of Spain, the number 1 seed, losing out there to the Russian. Shmileva with a chance to emulate her teammate if she can get a win here against Anastasia Turchin. Give herself a chance to compete for bronze. Almost successful with the turnover here. Just needs to free the leg, and she does. Oh, well done. Not the strongest of Osaiwasa that I've ever seen. And as a result, Turchin managing to escape. Not quite sure how long was on the clock there, and I couldn't see the referee. I don't have that particular advantage, but not long enough to come up with a score. Oh, great counter. Well, I think they're going to have a look at that action. Both the coaches are up on their feet, having decided. Yeah, I like that for a score for Shmileva. I couldn't see the scoreboard until we panned a little bit further back, but I thought that was a score for Shmileva. Yeah, so it is. Turchin limps off. But Antonina Shmileva will compete for the bronze medal as well. Right, coming up next here on mat number 1, we've got the first of the semi-finals. That's in the under 78 kilo category. Fanny Estelle Posvit of France, the number 1 seed, goes up against Loriana Kuka of Kosovo. It's Posvit in the white judogi, Kuka in blue. A nice Ojigari there from Posvit.
Let them be on the last semi-final, with number 78 kilo.
Az egyes számú szőnyeg utolsó mérkőzésén előtt következik női 78 kilogrammal. Szőnyegrei Hollandia színeiben.
So Posved it is who finds herself in the final. Her opponent will be the winner of the upcoming contest between Natasha Alsma of the Netherlands and Audrey Chamillo of France. Alsma has looked good all day. This could be her day. Toughest of her opponents so far, in the former world champion Audrey Chamillo. Just going to battle past this first onslaught in the French fighter. Needs to turn here, doesn't want to get backed up in the corner. Yeah. We'll pick up a penalty for stepping onto the competition area. Don't want to get steamrolled by Chamillo. She can be very physical sometimes, but Alsma's going to have to stand up to that. She's been very good with her throwing skills today, Natasha Alsma. She's going to need them now. Just getting pulled down a little bit, Alsma. And again, on the edge of the competition area. Yeah, she's allowing Chamillo to dominate this. I know that term allowing, a lot of you may not agree with that, but you know what's coming at you when you face Audrey Chamillo. You have to be able to stand up again. Alsma herself is a big, strong, physical athlete. You need to give some back here. A chance for a place in a Grand Slam is on offer here. Really getting pulled around a bit, Natasha Alsma. Well, that wasn't the kind of performance that Natasha Alsma was looking for, or had given any indication of earlier in the day. She looked so good earlier on. Chamillo, however, just cruising past the Dutch fighter, I'm afraid. Sorry to say. Right, that's all of the judo that we've got on mat 3. So let's see where it is we're going to go. I'll let our chief decide. We better go down to mat number 1, I guess. Because at the very least we've got some more judo to come. We've got Nikiforov and Ilyasov could stay here. Not sure how much longer we're going to stay here for. One-sided effort there, almost getting turned. Nikiforov by Ilyasov. Sadagaki effort almost countered by Nikiforov. It was a good exchange there. Minute and a half left to go. Just a single Shido against Nikiforov. Oh, that was close. On the one side, almost countered. And almost coming up with the score. Close battle here, just a single Shido against Nikiforov. Ilyasov visibly tired with 20 seconds left to go. Nikiforov has had his own battles earlier on that were physically draining. The fighters back up on their feet now. It was Nikiforov that defeated Peter Palchik earlier on, wasn't he? With a penalty picked up by Ilyasov for passivity. Last few seconds to go here. And both fighters, I think, have decided to take the end of regulation time break in order to tidy things up. Grab a bit of breath before they get back underway for the final push. Big effort from Nikiforov there. Managed to get the right arm underneath for that Slanagi effort. Couldn't quite finish off. Nikiforov still busy tidying his gi up here. into the belt. Needs to attack now. Needs to go across to the left. Did Nikiforov. Half a minute of golden score gone. Oh! That was Ilyasov who came up with a big attack. Not in complete control at the end. But Everardo Garcia, the referee, was on top of that. He could see the landing. And Ippon was given. 40 odd seconds into the golden score period. Niaz Ilyasov coming up with the win. Well, we were talking about the number of Russians that we were going to see in various finals. Niaz Ilyasov has made his way into the final. We may yet get to see Arman Damian. What are you watching here then? Semi-final in the under 100 kilo category. Jorge Fonseca of Portugal is up against Arman Damian of Russia. 2:20 odd left on the clock. No scorers yet, just a single Shido picked up by Adamian. Damian trying to work something on the ground. It's unusual for him. He hasn't spent a great deal of time on the ground. Nice turnover. Can he control Fonseca now? He does. Only needs to hold him for 10 seconds here for a score. And he's done that already. And now Fonseca taps out. Yep. Adamian it is who takes the win. Ostini Balash just encouraging or inviting Adamian to take his start position, although Fonseca's probably on it or pretty close to it anyway, and I don't think Adamian wants to stand over him. Adamian has a bit of a look to see if Fonseca is okay. Everything is in order. He's not hurt. Well, except his pride, I suppose, at having lost in the semi-final. Well, we'll see him again, but it'll be in the bronze medal contest. Adamian we'll see in the final. Okay, I'll just give you a rundown of the lineup for the final block, and let's start with the under 90 kilo category. The lineup for the medal matches: Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan will face Noel van ter End of the Netherlands in the first of the bronze medal contest, and then it will be Marcus Niemann of Sweden to go up against Nicholas Sherazadishvili of Spain. The final will be Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia. He'll go up against Gantulga Altenbanger of Mongolia. In the under 100 kilo category, the first of the bronze medal contests features Alexander Idir of France. He'll face Jorge Fonseca of Portugal. And the second of the bronze medal contests will feature Shadi Al Nahas of Canada. He'll go up against Tomer Nikiforov of Belgium. The final is an all-Russian affair that we've been talking about. Niaz Ilyasov of Russia will face Arman Adamian of Russia. And then in the plus 100 kilo category, but a very similar situation in the final anyway. But before we come to that, it'll be the two bronze medal contest. Gela Zalashvili of Georgia will face Drew Spike of the Netherlands, and Ivani Matiashvili of Georgia will face Or Sasson of Israel in the second of the bronze medal contest. The final of the plus 100 kilo category will feature Inal Tasoyev of Russia against teammate Tamerlan Bashayev. In the under 78 kilo category, it'll be Alexandra Babintseva of Russia to go up against Natasha Ausmer in the first of the bronze medal contests, and then Antonina Shmileva of Russia to face Loriana Kuka of Kosovo. In the final, it's an all-French affair between Fanny Estelle Posvit and Audrey Chirmio. And in the plus 78 kilo category, the bronze medal contest will be Larissa Peric of Bosnia-Herzegovina against Beatriz Souza of Brazil. In the second bronze medal contest, Rochelle Nunes of Portugal against Maria Suellen Alderman of Brazil. The final, Nihal Chekrahu of Tunisia will face Kyra Sayet of Turkey. All right, we'll be back in, let's have a look. Let's give you the right time here. We'll be back in a little over an hour, just over an hour, with the final block and all the medal matches, but from all the broadcast team in Budapest and myself here in Tobago doing this remotely. It's bye-bye for now. Thanks for your company. Bye-bye.